Hey everybody, excuse me. Just want you to know, there's always Pang. You can always look forward to Pang. When life's got you down, why not Pang? Oh, you made a mod for Dead Space 2. Ooh. Placed the riot suit's decals with Germa's face on a trans pride flag. That's pretty cool. For Dead Space 2? How recently did you make this? Alright, let's see here. I met the crazy doctor. He said some crazy stuff to me. And then he let loose his special creation. Which is a self-healing monstrosity that keeps dogging my business. Well, let's see here. I have a level 3 suit. I seem to recall it like it's more efficient to buy more smaller health packs, right? I think so. Because these just do 2 units of healing. I think that's how it works. Ah, boy. Okay. I have to remember the buttons. I retrained myself on controller. Oh, I should have bought ammo. Yeah, I was oof. Oof, big oof. Well, maybe I can buy some. Yeah, I can buy some. Alright. Oh! Miles Kylo, thank you for reminding me to update my stream title. My name is John Dead, and this is MySpace. Alright. Hey. Paging Jonathan C. Dead Space. You have to come to the scary ward. Been through here before?
Unwise, Mr. Clark. My hunter may regenerate, but he takes time.
Eh. Yeah, there's a battery you have to carry across this room, but they spawn in tons and tons of enemies here. So this is gonna be a rough room. Ow! There's this guy. There's this fucking guy. Let's see if I can just get through. Maybe?
Clearance confirmed.
Oh, there's probably some goodies in here. Oh, the line gun! Yes! Alright. Alright, we're on our way now. I remember the laser trap being worth a damn. Laser trap? Laser trap, you say?
Surgical log. Dr. Charles Mercer. It's a shame. When I began my research, Terrence
Ah!
to the marker would be
Jesus Christ.
now it's little research like this one. You butcher.
Ah!
Saw your hunter. I know who it used to be. That cellular regeneration. Good God, don't you see what you've done? I agree with Amelia. If this is unitology, I want no part of it. My diagnosis? Poor Terrence is suffering from the same dementia reported in the Aegis 7 colony. Amelia, for example. The only Amelia is ever mentioned was his wife. And Amelia Kine died 7 years ago.
Oh, these goddamn things. I hate these things so much. The 2 grenades will get it. Fuck. I got tricked. I got tricked. Ow. Ow! Shit, that was from behind me. Fuck. What? What? What now? 6 plasma energy? Damn. I thought I remembered those things used to drop something. Make them a little worthwhile, but damn. Ugh. Those things are so ammo hungry. The little wall mans. Walk really close to it and let it yoink your head off. Oh, I would, but I don't want to go back through that last room. I'm pretty sure I left a lot of enemies in there. Well, boys used to drop semiconductors. Oh, okay, the stuff you could sell. Oxygen?
Surgical log, Dr. Charles Mercer, tissue regeneration experiment 5.
Please, not
The children of the marker, Kine's necromorphs, have provided all the material I could ask for. And the infector variant has provided a key insight. Implanting the material directly into the brain renders optimal results. Of course, that requires puncturing the frontal bone just above the glabella.
Please, please, no.
Don't worry. It's been sterilized.
Gnarly. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Captain. I forgot that Dead Space 1 used to have power node doors. That was a fun little thing, I thought. I like it when games mess with the like meta value of items and that's how they like get at you, the player. I like the idea that you had to make stressful decisions on the game layer aspect of it in addition to just the game trying to be very very intense. So colorful. Oh. Is that where the hunter started? A Resident Evil method of introducing some kind of crazy monstrosity and then revealing their backstory through text log. Yeah, yeah, exactly right, Walter. Yeah, resource management is kind of core to the games, core to survival horror. So it was a new way to sort of put scary, stressful decisions at the resource management layer. To me, it was mitigated by the fact that you could buy the nodes pretty early on. So not only does like playing efficiently turn into money, which can turn into like level ups basically, but you could also bank up money. Or like there were times where I sold ammo to get through a node door because you could like reasonably bet that there was going to be something on the other side. Like you'd get that ammo back or something you could sell to buy your ammo back. Something like that. But yeah. Fun decisions. But I guess people don't like that. I kind of get it.
Warning.
Local door protocols corrupted. Rebooting system. Please stand by.
I feel like that ranks alongside breaking weapons and Breath of the Wild, where it's like it's an interesting mechanic, which you can get, or at least I can get why people would think it's frustrating.
Not me. Save hydroponics. We're all dying. Air's poison, but there's still time. Her enzyme.
Oh yeah, TG or Goose. I was keeping a pocket node. Forgot about that strat too.
Save us.
It's like the grocery return token at Aldi.
He was right. Air quality is dropping ship-wide. Something's poisoning the oxygen in hydroponics. If we lose our air supply...
Smash body.
So we could fix it. Came
I
looking.
don't think you can.
There has to be some in the crowd.
He's a story body. Oh.
Okay. Not like we have a better option.
Well, maybe
I'll
not.
clear you a pass to cryo.
There it goes. Boy, he liquefied. Wow.
Protocols rebooted. Thank you for your patience.
Man, there's so much about Dead Space that's so smart. Just the like making the kinesthetics of stomping on like zombies, making that a core mechanic. The ragdolls plus stompies. It all clicks together so well. It satisfies so many like really base video game desires, like wanting to stomp on a big bag of meat, but it wraps it around a pretty intelligent and well thought out
There's gotta be...
universe, characters, and all that stuff.
Control the security checkpoint. Go! I'll try to lock him out.
Oh, it's getting dank in here. Ah! Christ. Oh, he's not dead. Oh, shit. I used a big health pack. Well, whatever. I'm fine. Yeah. I get it. It's stinky. Everything's fine. Oh, Iceman, gonna go exercise? Nice. Yeah, I got in a cheeky little exercise yesterday. It felt a little weird, but not too bad. Get back at it tomorrow. Just incredibly dank.
Toxic hazard cleared.
Okay, it's clearing. Mercer pumped that gas in from hydroponics. If the air's already that bad,
I'm gonna need a faster way to cryogenics.
I'll open the other door from the chemical lab. It'll...
Hey, Diction, thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone from Diction Stream. Welcome. I just, let's see here. What have I done so far today? I beat Tekken 7. Got a re-up on that good Tekken lore. Now I'm just playing the Dead Space remake. What was Diction up to today? Mr. Stark gifting a sub. Oh, these names. All these beautiful names of beautiful people. You can beat Tekken. Yep. Folded it up like laundry, stuffed it away. We're done with it. Maybe. I don't know. I might let the internet just completely embarrass me a couple of times. That might be fun. Yes, right now I'm just in the process of utterly appreciating Dead Space. Was just thinking about how brilliant it is that they wrapped in like there's like a lot of guilty video game pleasures, things that are just fun to do video game wise. Shooting people's arms and legs off, hell yeah.
Zero gravity.
Throwing things around, hell yeah. Stomping on things until they turn into little meaty bits, hell yeah. They made a game out of all those things. Ooh. Yeah, coffee, I agree. It's actually really good. I was kind of not super hyped for it leading up to its release. I was kind of more excited about Callisto Protocol, and I still really liked Callisto Protocol, but goddamn. Goddamn, this is good. It's great that we get to live in a world with both. Times are alright. As soon as I can pick up this magical space cache. Yeah, space is cool. I think I'd be okay in space. I think I would. I think I'd probably be the best. I just think in general, if we were all in space, everyone would be like, dang, you're really good at this space thing. Born for it? Destined? Dare I say? I don't even know if I'm going the right way. Or is this a room that has liquid nitrogen in it? Oh, just people.
Exiting zero gravity.
No. Okay.
Entering zero gravity.
Wait a minute. For the longest time in the aughts until sometime in the early 10s, I thought that Shenmue was actually about Jin Kazama, and then that Yakuza was a follow-up to Shenmue. This actually made me feel somewhat racist once I learned the truth, but to be fair, all those games were purely on the edge of my notice. Yeah, I could see how you could conflate them all. There's a lot of... Like, Tekken and Yakuza have a lot of things in common. And I guess Shenmue has, like, dads. Karate mans. Father issues. Yeah, the deadened audio, it's so good, right? There was there was an Extreme G that would like fuzz out the audio when you went faster than the speed of sound. And it was the coolest effect. It made you feel so awesome.
Exiting zero gravity.
Ah! Jeez. Went the wrong way this whole time? That's something that seemed a little fishy. Could have been more efficient. Oh yeah, the hunter dude is still around. I guess based on the fact that I wasn't getting chased by him, probably should have figured I was not going the right way. Cryogenics. All right. That's where cold things would be. I don't think I have level 3. Do not.
Level 3 security clearance required.
Was that where I was headed? What? Whoa! It just saved, didn't I? That's okay. Yeah, I don't know. Bit of a throwback, but somebody was talking about Dark and Darker. Bruce had played that a little bit. He seemed like he was unconvinced on it, so... Oh, let's wait for a second. Ian Lone Wolf, that's a very kind message. If you're feeling low, or if you're feeling down, or if you're feeling like you are not succeeding in life, or that those around you aren't supporting you, just know I believe in you and I support you. That's very generous. To support people, you don't even know what they're doing or what their motivations might be. Potentially cancel-worthy sentiment there.
Have delayed me enough.
If you've heard Nicole,
Oh, it's pure jank, but it's fun with friends. Ah, I could see that. Yeah, okay.
Anything but courtesy to Doc.
The co-op jank element I didn't think about.
Can you say the same?
I can say I'm not a fucking murderer.
Speaking of courtesy, why have you tagged fixing the Ishimura's engines? Our homecoming will be truly divine. And I doubt even you can stop a convergence event fueled by the entire population of Earth.
You take these things to Earth, it's all over.
Only for the faithless. Humanity will be made whole, Mr. Clark, with or without you. I'd say you've chosen your side.
Yeah. I mean, like some of those lines. Yeah, I still think about some of this dialogue in a version of the game where Isaac doesn't talk. Because yeah, there was a line where the doctor said he was like not a very talkative or something like that before, and I was like, oh, that's awesome. I'm always such a sucker for that. Incidental dialogue acknowledging a mute protagonist in like an in-universe way. You gotta like, let's see here. Surely you gotta freeze him in the thing, right? Ah! Ooh! Took a chunk off me. Alright, what do we do here? What are we doing? It chomped me.
Initiating cryogenic freeze.
Oh, did I get him?
Cryogenic freeze complete. Transferring specimen to storage.
See an item in there. Alright.
Bastard love me.
Alright. Do.
Isaac, you okay?
I stopped that hunter. When Mercer's gone, he wants to take these things to Earth, Kendra.
Yeah. The game prioritized the button over the HP.
Okay, I can seal the nest, but I haven't been able to reach Hammond since he went.
Was that good?
Isaac, our air quality is falling.
I kind of remember this fight.
Nitrogen, we gotta fix hydroponics.
On it. Keep trying to reach Hammond. Mercer.
But killed the boss. Yeah. Isaac's incredible space wagon slapped the fuck out of the activate freeze machine. Just scrape that up.
Got something, Isaac?
Let's call it a tissue sample from Mercer's pet hunter.
Careful. Who knows what mad science went into that thing?
Maybe I could find out. Figure out what Mercer's up to. If I'm fast, there has to be a DNA scanner close by.
Isaac, the hydroponics tram station is sealed off. You'll need another way there. Take the tram back towards the hangar, then head to the repair station. Remember where you took that broken tram car off the tracks? There's an access door in there that'll take you to hydroponics.
Boy, do I not remember that based off that description. Yeah, it seems like Hogwarts Legacy is the buzz around town today. Positive reviews. I mean, it's been getting a lot of pre-order traffic. So it's kind of already tracking towards like a pretty big cyberpunk style launch where people are already bought into it. So it's like guaranteed numbers already. Probably going to be all over Twitch for a while. Nah, Dre, I have no interest in playing it. Don't really care. I'm still not convinced it'll be good. I mean, I haven't read any of the reviews, but I certainly haven't seen anything that looks like it's got any kind of spark. And I have really no like baked in affinity to the Harry Potter brand, and I really have no desire for like if I wanted to play a generic open world fantasy action game, I'd play Forspoken, you know? That's kind of how I feel about it, and I intend to play Forspoken. So that's kind of where my queue's at. And then like even above that, I think if
Nice of you to show up this morning, Calhoun. Yeah, I know. Problems with the access system. Hope you're ready for a long shift.
You know what, Barney? I am ready for a long shift. You're playing Dead Space. And thank you very much for the cheer, Technogashi. But, yeah, and even above that, from what I saw and played, I still haven't played through Immortals. Wait. Immortals? Olympus Unchained? Immortals Phoenix Rising. Phoenix Unchained. That one. The kind of Breath of the Wildy game from Ubisoft. It was actually pretty solid. Like it was funny, and it was fun to play. So that's kind of always been in the back of my mind too. And then maybe like behind that, and this is also kind of ignoring any political aspects. Even behind that, in terms of just like video games, would be Hogwarts Legacy. So that's just kind of where I'm at. Ooh, this way.
Flight deck tram control.
Oh yeah, you just have a bad association with Harry Potter fandom. Yeah, I mean sometimes it is unavoidable if it's just an association, but as long as you're consciously aware of it, so that's a good thing. And I guess the challenge is if you meet somebody new and they're like, "Oh God, love Harry Potter," like to try to not judge that person. That's the challenge. The rest can just simmer, I guess. Ooh. Whoa. Now what? Whoa. Buy just a little more plasma ammo. And then maybe an upgrade node? Nope. What's that screen on his chest for? I always assumed that was what brought, like, displayed the holograms, this sort of stuff. I always assumed that came out of that little chest display, even if it is kind of curved inward. There's not really, like, did they ever, like, show light lines or whatever getting projected from something? Oh, it points it in the eyeballs? Okay, so you see it that way. Hmm. Let's see. Still don't have that much ammo, though. I guess I was basically empty. Yeah, whatever. It'll be fine. Ooh. Gotta go into the bathroom. Always creepy stuff going down in the bathroom. Oh, that's what the Wikipedia says. All right. There you go. The lore is locked in. That was pretty intoxicating at the time, to be honest. Playing games that had characters and universes that were that well thought out. That was honestly one of the things that kind of walloped me about Mass Effect 1. I was like, oh, jeez. There's a lot of good thought and research put into all this. But I guess it was from the get-go kind of intended to be a property. Well, safety save. Even though I cannot be defeated. Gamer reflexes are simply too strong. If I were to get hit with some kind of like knockout dart right now, like the haters are always trying to get me, they're always trying to get me. So let's say one of them gets me with a little knockout dart, I would go unconscious and continue to play. I would take no hits. It would be incredible and I'd win. Sitting here drooling on myself. Such is the power of my gaming reflexes.
Isaac, if you're near hydroponics, check your helmet filters. That air's not safe to breathe.
Yeah, I smelled it. The whole deck's rotting.
I'm reading a huge mass in food storage. Too big to be anything they grew. It looks like the source of the poison gas. That patient in medical. He said something about creating an enzyme, right? Maybe the scientist left the workstation open.
Everybody wants Peng. As far as I know, throughout all the games, there was never any indication of what Peng actually is, right?
Hydroponics log, Dr. Elizabeth Croft.
Did it have a mascot at some point?
Now are fixed. We're working close to maximum capacity. All flora is thriving, and food yield has created a surplus. I had the surplus packed up so we could send it to the colony. The Captain Matthias is strictly enforcing his no-fly order. It's ridiculous. I'm lodging a complaint. Everyone knows Aegis 7 needs help. What harm could some fresh fruit do?
Mom did her best in here asking very dangerous questions. What if both your character and you got hit with knockout darts at the same time? It depends. Oh. It depends then what inputs would be the most optimal to press. If it is a story game and my character falls unconscious for an hour of real time, then I will sit there as a dutiful gamer in a coma while this happens. But if there's like a QTE to wake up or something like that, I would of course completely decimate this challenge. See here. Let's see here aboard the Ishmael Titan station. I want more pang. Notably, there's always pang. Okay. In multiple languages, pang is often slang for attractive or money. Okay, but it's never like, it's never associated or narrowed down to anything other than something you want. You want it. Only Glenn Schofield and friends know what it is. As it should be. Do not reveal the Pang secret. Ow! Don't reveal the Wu Pang secret. Damn. Hey, M. Graham. I am, in fact, on the mend. As far as I can tell, I'm pretty sure I'm mended. Get a little phlegmy here and there, but I feel pretty good. Apart from that, what button is stomp? Space. I'm playing on mouse and keyboard. On the Mang with Pang. Hey, chum. Thank you very much for the sub, and I'm doing very well. Yes, thank you. Yeah, pretty recovered at this point, as far as I can tell. Feeling all right, sleeping okay. I haven't tested negative yet. I'm gonna take another test tomorrow. Full health, yes. 100% HP. Maybe like 97. You can always have more HP, I feel like. Gosh, when's the last time I felt 100% HP bar was completely tip-topped out? Maybe when I was like 16? 97 was a good year. Yeah, I was probably full health in 97. No, well,
Report in loop. This is Dr. Elizabeth Cross. To all survivors.
Alcohol can make you feel topped out when you're not. Yeah. Alcohol reduces your max HP temporarily, so even if you're like 3/4 health, it'll feel like 100.
All dead. That monster. Please leave. Get somewhere safe.
Yeah.
If I can find a way to kill it somehow. Jacob, if you're hearing this, you know I have.
Oh yeah, the audio. Everything is horror, all the noises of just everyday stuff. Yeah, all the machinery is mean. It's all gone insane. Like not only are you surrounded by space, which is just like a passive threat all the time, but for some reason all the blenders have gone like demonically mad and buzz like crazy. Yeah. I guess you could just kind of explain it. It's all the evil waves coming off the marker. Makes the trash compactors go stompy mad. Doors snapping people in half. Oh yeah, the ship is possessed. Yes. All this gunk and goo.
Warning. Liquid nitrogen supply depleted.
What are we doing? Oh.
Liquid nitrogen replenished. Beginning enzyme synthesis. Enzyme synthesis complete. Caution, do not ingest.
Any luck?
Yeah, I finished the enzyme. It's been modified to digest something big.
They must have been trying to kill whatever's in food storage. Let's hope it works.
You want me to go now? Ah. Yeah, if they have to warn you to not drink it, it makes me wonder how delicious it looks.
No. Go back. There's no way into food storage. Even if there was, the Leviathan would devour you.
Oh yeah, the Leviathan.
Right. This Leviathan, is that what's poisoning the air?
The air. My team, it's destroyed everything.
Isn't that a zero-G boss fight?
Find a special enzyme to kill it. They just needed liquid nitrogen to...
Hey, Polly. It's going very well. I'm feeling good. Games are good.
Never came back.
I've got some of that enzyme here.
Just had a delicious lunch.
How? Listen, we need to inject it into the Leviathan. You can't get into food storage, but there's another way. It's risky.
Riskier than running out of air?
My team has been altered. They're all connected to the Leviathan, breathing out its toxins. That connection goes both ways.
Okay. So if I get to your team and inject them...
The enzyme will be carried right into the Leviathan's heart. Bind the... Weezers. End their suffering. And when the Leviathan is weak enough, we vent the bastard into space.
Oh boy. Gotta go towards the things making the gross sounds. Yeah, real Weezer moment. Inject Weezer 1. Find the Weezers. Maybe I should use more stasis. Yeah, you're gonna go play some Dead Space yourself? Right on. It's a fun game. Certified fun game. I gotta go find some Weezers. Thank you, Coffee. Have a good day yourself. Sprayer's gone crazy. Ah! Yeah, like I'm on hard. I really should be using more of my tools, especially when there's like a stasis recharge thing on the wall. Ah, here we go. Oh, I see. Okay. So maybe the in-game auto HDR was just making the game too dark. Does it look like you remember it on the stream? Although I guess that's going... I don't know. I'm definitely not playing with... or my monitor doesn't even support HDR, so... Wouldn't be happening here. Oh. That's nice. Your favorite weapon? The plasma cutter, baby. Line gun's pretty sick, though. Look at all that health. Just impossible amounts of HP. Yeah, I can't really think of a game that has a gun with mechanics similar to the plasma cutter. Lights, though. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're having a better experience. Yeah, I'd be ashamed to not enjoy it, especially, I mean, you claim to be a pretty big Dead Space fan, yeah? Yeah. Hey. Oh, shucks. Oh, geez, he got on me fast. Woo. Still going? Yeah, we're still going. Whee! What the frick? Ooh! Jeez. Kinesis is so much fun. Yeah, like it's all of the like verbs you do in this game are all really satisfying. Like cutting a specific thing and seeing it pop off, being able to grab it from distance and then throw it back. The painkiller style, like pinning enemies into walls and stuff. Stomping on enemies. It's not only a great loot generation thing, which is like rah, and then loot squirts out, like that's great, but it also has gameplay implications too. Every action is satisfying but also has a reason to be done. I can see some of the same, like, intensity of motion in the way that you dodge and attack in Callisto. Like, those are the verbs they hung the entire game on.
Security request retrieved.
Hello, security. This is Dr. Cross in hydroponics. Something just hit the hull near food storage. We think it's a rogue asteroid. I have people injured from decompression. We need medics and crowd control right away. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Everyone out of food storage! It's alive! How can it be alive?
What I loved about Painkiller was that the starter weapon stayed viable the whole game. Yeah, it was like a different kind of arena shooter. Most of the, like, you didn't get better versions of guns, you just got ones that did different stuff. Serious Sim kind of works that way. These companies love money. Why do you think Rockstar haven't made Undead Nightmare 2? Because it wouldn't make as much money. Wouldn't make as much money as another GTA Online update. Or like a t-shirt. Something like that. Lame. Who cares about the force gun? No one cares about this gun. Wait, is the force gun good in this? Alright, I'll use it. You sold me. You son of a bitch. I'm in. Has it always been good? I think I like used it once and I was like, that's stupid. I think I still hear you stomping around, guy. Oh, it's the mine? Alright. So the mines just like spark out and do damage over time, it looks like. You probably want to stasis somebody on top of one then. Hey, Wizard Lar, how's it going? It is good to see you again. I'm searching for Weezer 01. Oh, Weezer, where are you? Over there, it seems. But what's over here? Items? Oh no, I came from here. Son of a bitch. Oh yeah, the big lung dudes. Ugh. 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 Okay, I thought it was gonna be one of the wall guys. Ugh. God, that's gross. That's gross. That's where I want to be. Here's an idea. Dead Space style limb damage with Doom Eternal body damage physics. Body damage physics. You mean like the chunkifying of enemies and stuff? All the little meat bits that come off? Jesus. Oh!
Again. I never asked your name.
Isaac Clarke, systems engineer.
Engineer? Have you seen Jacob Temple?
I haven't, but I'm looking for someone too. Dr. Nicole Brennan.
Dr. Brennan? Doesn't she help people leave unitology?
Yeah, like my mother. That's how we met.
I hope she's okay. The unitologists here didn't like anyone questioning them. And since the captain died, they've all snapped.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying you have to hit enter. I'm gonna move that hand all the way over. Whatever. Wouldn't be PC without one weird UI or interface decision. Yeah. Oh right, I don't have anything. Hear the Bioshock rumors regarding the city. No, I've heard no Bioshock rumors. Tell me. Load me up. Oh yeah, I was thinking about this game the other day, and I don't know why. Maybe in terms of like games that really try to concept and put it out the door without, I guess, fully figuring it out or making it a packaged mechanic. But Die by the Sword is a really interesting game. I should try streaming that one of these days. See if I can get it running. It was one of the first PC games I owned. I remember reading about it in PC Gamer before I had a PC, but then when I got one, I was like, that's it. That's got to be it. That's the coolest game ever. It's a weird... So Die by the Sword was like, you were a guy, you were a little like Viking man, and you had a shield and a sword. But you would use the numpad or the mouse, and it was just the actual position of your sword in front of you. So you would like swing the mouse left and right to have your man like swing his sword. And then the game would calculate actual collision physics and stuff. But you could like chop people's legs off and chop people's heads off. So there was like locational damage at every part of somebody's body. So you could just like chop at somebody's legs until their leg fell off. Yeah, Swordman Quap. Uh-huh. That's a really good way to describe it. But I remember like as a dungeon crawler, because that's basically what it was. You were in these like 3D dungeons with a bunch of monsters and stuff. It was actually really difficult. I never actually finished it properly, and there was like platforming that was terrible in it. Weird game. But yeah, I was just thinking about that the other day. Oh, Wizard, thank you for gifting 2 subs. Yeah, in terms of games with locational damage and like limb separation, that can sound pretty... I remember there was like a really satisfying, stupid action movie snap pop sound whenever you popped somebody's arm off. It was like celery snapping and then all this other... Like, it was just a layered sound effect that was really satisfying. You could cut off somebody's arm and then pick it up and use it as a weapon and then beat them up with it. A video game first, as far as I know. What was that other... There was like that fighting game, Biofreaks, where people could get their arms and legs chopped off and stuff. Oh shit, Halo Dudette. A 90-month resub. That is an incredible amount of months. Oh! So many. Oh yeah, Captain Shadow Tower Abyss. I still have my note written down to look that game up and play it. Alright. Weezer 2 has wheezed his last. Is Shadow Tower Abyss part of another series or franchise or something? Is that the localized name of one of the Kingsfields or something? Oh. If you remove the flesh from the bone on the claw arms, you can just yank them off with kinesis. I didn't know that. I thought they had to be separate. Use the force gun on a necro up close just once before I leave for bed. Okay. And yeah, Walter, I'm going to play more Armored Core soon. Just not sure exactly when. Maybe this week. Need to start Project Phantasma, but I'll have to emulate it, tragically, because that game is really expensive. Ah, Chaim, thank you for the wall of bits. a very nice amount of 69 bits. I appreciate that. Alda, my cold's pretty good. It's basically gone at this point. I mean, I'm still a little stuffy, but I'm always a little stuffy, so that doesn't feel very exceptional anymore. No, I feel pretty good all around. I haven't tested negative yet, but I also didn't test today, so... I stomp these fellas. Love that zippy light. Yeah, it's super cool, right? Again, I was wondering at why more games didn't jerk off their dynamic lighting like Doom 3 does. Here's Dead Space doing it right, showing the world how to get it done. Sorry, I couldn't very well point blank those guys with a force gun. I guess I could now that there's a save point right there. Alright, give me a necromorph.
Entering zero gravity.
Will it work on this dude? Oh! Kinda. Oh, Jesus. Oh! Look at all their skin. They're just little beef babies. Little meatballs. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna take back what I said about the force gun. Flesh peeler. Ugh. Damn, man. Ugh. Beardy boy. Thank you very much for the sub. For the 1 year. Is that all that's in here? Creepy babies? Oh, another door. Something wants to kill me. What is it? Ow! Oh, okay. One of those dudes is in there. That sucks. Shit. He's gonna keep spawning those things? What is that? Oh. I'd straight up buy a new PlayStation if they had digital copies of the Armored Core games. Yeah, I don't think Project Phantasma or Arena, something Arena, I can't remember the other one, but I don't think either of them you can buy via the PlayStation Store, can you? Because that's maybe a thing I could do. Buying through the PS3 store is not easy, and I have yet to do it successfully. Masters of Arena, yeah. That's the one. Master of Arena. It's me. I'm the Master of Arena. Oh, AC1 games, I believe, are on the PlayStation Store. Nothing beyond that. Okay. I'll try it. You have to, like, load your wallet some other way. Ow. Before you can buy it through the PlayStation 3 store now. Because they don't just do payments through that store. That was their compromise. Fuck. So they wouldn't shut it down, I guess. But I have yet to figure out, like, every time I try to run a credit card to load my account, it just errors out or something. Oh, bleh. You're going to play Armored Core 2 without a PS2 or an emulator, you better find religion. No, emulator should, well, I have a PS2. And I'm hoping that I can get an HD loader solution working again. Need to get a replacement hard drive. I got one, but it's like, I accidentally bought a really tiny one. I accidentally bought the hard drive that comes in the original Xbox. Because I wasn't paying attention. So it's 10 gigabytes. It can hold a couple of games, I guess. It could hold, yeah, I could probably play Armored Core off of it. Hey, what's up, Alex? It's going very well. Should be able to run PS2 through HDMI with the right cables. Oh no, I have an HDMI solution for PS2. It's more a question of playing the game. Yeah, that's how I stream PS2. They make, like, actually pretty easy to use custom cables now to put out really good images. It's like $30. Ow! What the heck is what is RDRD2? That's the longest game acronym I think I've seen. Oh, I made a mistake. My bad. Yeah, Red Dead. Well, I guess I can experiment with the one hard drive, see if I can follow a how-to guide and get HD Loader running again. Load ROMs onto it. That's how I wanted to play Lego Star Wars, and then I was just like, oh, I could just go buy a copy of Lego Star Wars. Oh. No worries. Slap-a-bot. No problem. Little bot rumble in chat, but we took care of it. Okay, this is where the movie. Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. Where can we get background image? I don't know. That's a good question. I think it's originally from a something awful Photoshop thread where they were just combining two different animals. Or delightful results, but yeah, as far as where you can find it now. Ugh. Oh. I don't know. It's probably on the internet somewhere. Right? Nothing just disappears. Except the Gamer's Choice Awards 2018, which kind of sucks. I should have recorded it. Ah. Tears in the rain. Where the heck is that? I thought it was on this floor. No, it is not. Okay. Oh, Walter, you heading out? Games with the mates? All right. Well, thank you for chilling out. Oh, there it is. Gosh darn it. It was right there. Let's kick that therapeutic ambience back on, huh? We've already been through that door. Who cares? There we go. That's nice.
Toxic hazard detected.
Isaac, where are you? Help me.
Hey! 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 Jeez. Yeah, dead wife acting up again. Who was that? Oh! Calm down. Everyone calm down. Ugh. Wait, what? Earlier today I spent like 20 minutes piling everybody bit and piece of movable furniture into a single corner. It was a wonderful waste of time. Just to see if you could. Yeah, I made a decision pretty early on to not try to get into collecting. Figured it was gonna... I got like... I think the most I ever got was like hardware and then maybe a flash cart. Just bought like a handful of games from a retro game store just for the thrill. And I was like, okay, well...
Cross's notes on the... Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Kendra?
It's him. 2 doors behind you. Here. Wait, he's gone. He waved at me, and... sorry, Isaac. Keep going. Just a glitch on the cameras. It looked like my little brother. Stupid, right? That's not possible.
I did not finish Fire Emblem Engage, but I've been picking away at it. I don't know how far I am. I'm not very far still, because I've been like doing side stuff and talking to a lot of animes. Having a great time though. I'm playing a lot of Breath of Fire, weirdly. I just collect rocks. Pick up the shiny rocks and I give them to my friends. Pick up the shiny rocks and I give them to my friends. Which Breath of Fire 1? I just started playing it randomly through the Switch Online thing. But now I'm in it. Wow! Alright, we got a big boy, eh? Come here, big boy. Oh no, not like that. Okay. Super Mario 64 for 10K. Ugh. There are some game collectors that have very, very, very high paying jobs and not a lot to spend money on. Like, maybe this is hyper reductive, but the only reason they can ask that much money is because occasionally something sells for that, right? Or is it just delusion? I don't know. Or are those like posts intended to drive up the cost? Game collectors don't even want to buy those. I wouldn't think so. It's just beyond the realm of like of sense. Oh, he's all squirting. Ah, dude. Hopefully this. Maybe that'll drive the squirts a little bit. Yeah, right, Wubbly? It's just there to make everything else seem cheap by comparison. Maybe somebody lists like 10 copies of Mario 64. Seems fine at 2,000. At least it's not 10 like that one weirdo. It's strange to think about. There's just no way that those things have that value. Objectively. It's purely the associations. People have such strong attachments and feelings for video games. Especially like formative ones like that. Copied the original Mario Brothers, sold for $2 million. Well, okay. Possible counterpoint. It's possible that yeah, Wubbly is you got there too. It's the people who spend that money on it, I guess, hope that it's an investment. And that later in life, if they ever need cash, they can sell a hydroponically sealed 99.9% original, never looked at, never held by an adult human hand Mario game cartridge. Need to buy a villa in Italy. Where do you want me to go? Oh, that's right. I need to get a battery. Can you take those down to elevators? Or... Oh, never mind. Want to know Botted, a person who works closely with Wadit Games themselves to make games that aren't rare have an excuse to have their prices jacked up to hell. Yeah, wasn't there an expose about this? Was it a Carl Jobst joint? Problem with the investment angle is you're supposed to make 2 to 3 times a particular multiple on your investment. To me, it's similar to the housing market. At what point is a starter home too expensive, but you don't make an investment on it because someone that would buy a starter home can't afford it? Well, yeah, I suppose. But if it's investing, I suppose it's a bit different. I think. Housing is a necessity. Retro games are a commodity, I guess. It's not like it's a problem. It's not like we have to guarantee that people have ease of access into the retro game collecting market. You know? I guess it would be nice for people who want to do it. Same shit's happening to VHS? Really? Now I need a card? Next system's key card needed. Tragic. Here I am not knowing where to go. Okay, let's just start exploring around then. See if I can find a key card. Do you have a key card?
Toxic hazard detected.
Hey, that was easy. Yeah, the camp's back. I'm feeling much better. So I really don't have that much more to... Yeah, I know the timer's still going. It's fine. Look at all that time I got. Just ridiculous amounts of time.
Toxic hazard cleared.
See, Isaac's having a great time. He doesn't even want to leave.
Entering zero gravity.
My dog says you're good. Well, thank you, Marvelous Mr. Max. And thank you, Marvelous Mr. Max's dog. Very kind thing to say. I hear all kinds of devilishness happening. I hear it. Ah! What the? Yeah. Okay.
Toxic hazard detected.
What? You in there? Keep hearing some gurgling around here. Oh, there you are. Jeez, all right. Have something spicy for dinner?
Toxic hazard detected.
Yee. You know I had to blow up that baby. You know I had to do it.
Toxic hazard cleared. Toxic hazard detected. Toxic hazard cleared.
Love the derpy overlay you, but damn I miss that pretty face. Yeah, it's good to be back. It is fun to be a little peanut man, but it's also fun to be Out here, alive and smiling. Treasuring loving. Live, laugh, and loving. All three. All three in one stream. Goodbye, Weezer man.
Toxic hazard clear.
Okay. It's beautiful. What game lets you do that? There's a seventh Weezer. My God. There were only 4? Oh no. What the? Where do you... Oh, Steven, thanks for gifting a sub. Okay.
Exiting zero gravity.
I have to eliminate anyone that's performed with Weezer. Oh, should I? I'm gonna put on a suit. Sanctified. I put on the Andonized suit, but then I bought a suit upgrade, which I think removed it. Alright, just like some more silvery. Oh no, there's little patterns. Okay. Wanted to clear that notification. Jeez. So many fun computer chirps and whirs and stuff. Ooh, stompy hallway. Why didn't a tentacle come out of there and grab me? Maybe it did before. Oh, there's our guy. Oh, there's all kinds of faces and shit. Oh, that's awesome. Ugh. Imagine having a big tentacle grab you and you can feel all kinds of faces nuzzling on you in there. Gross. Yeah, all squishy, just like a bunch of noses and stuff. You can feel people's like creepy eyebrows smearing all over your legs.
Just a repair mission, they said. Not this.
Each mouth sucking a toe. Oh.
All this
But they're all like cold. It's wet and cold.
the marker could do in the wrong hands.
This is about CEC again.
Just thinking, if some corporate asshole tries to take the marker, you and me could do something about it.
You're leaning pretty hard on that if.
Oh, come on. Where's Hammond? What's he doing?
I don't know. If I don't focus, we'll run out of air before it matters.
Entering zero gravity.
So gurgly. Ow. Who's gurgling at me? Oh. Man. So dank. Yeah, I'll turn it upside down. Ah. Babies everywhere screeching at me. Yeah, this game's pretty wet. A lot of squelching and squickling. Gurgling. You can't gurgle without a little moisture. Oh, right. You like Dr. Pepper? Me too. Actually just enjoying a Dr. Pepper zero sugar cream soda. Delightful. They also make Dr. Pepper like berries and cream zero sugar. Oh, that's good shit. It's got a very sweet profile despite ostensibly being unsugared.
Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Clear of filtration tubes.
Oops. I hate that. Oh. I gotta go through the pipes. Yeah.
Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Oh boy. Ah! No! No, 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 no. This can rot in hell for all I care. Oh! Ah. Well, I tumbled out, and I was probably alive for a little bit while I flopped out of the door. So I think that counts as me making it.
Warning. Thermodynamic
Impossible run over. Ugh.
Clear of filtration tubes.
That's scary. Pretty intense to have this all the way at the, or near the, I guess this isn't the end, but maybe like back half of the game. Easy, done. Now the question is you got to go back for the items. You just do this. I'm a genius.
Purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Yet again, succeeding in every possible way. Maximum video game victory. Yeah, brain very large. Yeah, it just comes naturally when you're a world video game champion. They request you alt-fire the next Dead Space boy with a force gun. Okay. Right, I forgot about the force gun. That was a perfect opportunity to force gun somebody, too. Huh. Alright, fine. They'll probably have me go here later. But Jet Cougar, thank you very much for the resub.
Toxic hazard detected.
Weezer detected. On an island in Dead Space. We'll be dead and we'll be in space. Got him. Ooh, should be getting the call tomorrow about a real serious career level job. Best of luck. All right, it's time to force gun this guy.
Stand clear of filtration tubes.
That was pretty good. That was worth it. Force gun, pretty rad. Yeah, now they want me to go over here. All right. An 8th Weezer. Jeez. What am I made of, Weezers? Meat.
Toxic hazard detected.
Goodbye, sweet Weezer. Welcome back, Iceman.
glowing.
Cross. Something's up.
It must have worked. You gave it enough enzyme to dissolve a freighter. Okay, I'm unlocking food storage. Quickly get back there and space the bastard while we have the chance.
I'm never gonna wheeze again. Ah, to wheeze no more.
Zero gravity.
What are we doing? Who's mad? Who's mad and why? Oh. Mad baby. Bad baby. Never forget the Dead Space 2 daycare level. Oh yeah, all the like kids music and singing and stuff. Baby enemies. Okay. Damn, that made some gnarly sounds. Oh. Took me way too long to clear that level. I was 14 and underprepared. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can see how playing it at that age would leave a dent. Especially if it's like... That's a pretty intense game. Wait, what? Oh, you reviewed Dead Space 2 for your high school newspaper? Awesome. How did you review it? You give it a hot 9 out of 10. 4 out of 5. All right. Okay. Incredibly respectful score. Respectable score. Even. Deep, 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 deep. You want to stream? Pretty fun to do. Although, a lot of people say it's really, really hard to get off the ground with it since there's so many people who want to do it. But I think it's pretty fun. I think the tech, like just figuring out the tech and putting scenes together and stuff is pretty fun too. Didn't get to the 8th Weezer. They were talking like there were only 7. Maybe the 8th Weezer is going to be this giant thing in the tube. The final Weezer.
Contamination detected in food storage. Cycling airlock.
At this point, I wonder if it's easier to make a living as a writer or a streamer.
Strong. It's clinging to the interior of food storage. We need more enzyme.
There's no time.
That's tough.
Maybe I can cut it loose.
The Leviathan has a 10-kiloton mass. Do you really need me to tell you this is a bad idea?
Well, I'm all out of good ideas, so guess what's left?
Hell yeah.
Zero gravity.
The lighting in this ought to be pretty superb, because I remember it being really good. Ooh! Oh! That's so good. Oh, come on. Oh, man. Ah. Does it always shoot 3? I don't know. Seems like it, yeah.
Toxic hazard detected.
No, it's expelling all its gas reserves. It must be close. Isaac, finish it off.
Violent Night, that the David Harbour movie? If so, then yes, I have seen it. Where? There's gotta be more air, right? Where the... All right, cool. Yeah, I guess I'll just die then. You enjoyed the Lost Planet series? Some of them were fun to play, but I don't think I finished a single Lost Planet game.
Entering zero gravity.
There was like one air pickup that I ever saw. There's not even like a wall kiosk or anything? That's really odd. God damn it. Keep using health I don't want to use. I'm not using the claw right now. You're referring to the cyber claw. Oh. Oh god. Ugh. Nope, just pedestrian old. Ah, mouse and keyboard. God, I'm getting distracted. I'll be holding right... Okay, I've discovered what happens is I'll be holding right mouse to try and aim down sight. I'll hit F, and then the problem is some animation will knock me out of aiming down sight. I'll hit F, and then it'll use a healing pack. Did it again!
Toxic hazard cleared.
Alright, well. Still feels good to flush that on out.
And lo, you crushed the heads of Leviathan. He will be meat for those in the wilderness. Thank you, Isaac. Come back inside. We should talk.
Exiting zero gravity.
The air quality's improving. There's still pockets of gas trapped here and there.
Here and there, I can handle.
Listen, Jacob, My Jacob. Last I heard, he was on the mining deck with some other survivors. He said they were building an SOS beacon.
Did they finish it?
He said it was nearly done, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I can't leave yet. I need to make sure the air is safe to breathe. But if you can find that SOS beacon, call for rescue.
I will. Mining deck. Okay, got it. And if I meet Jacob?
Tell him I'll find him. He's all I want to see.
An SOS beacon. Someone jettisoned all the others. Isaac, there's a shortcut to the mining deck. You're across his workstation. I'll get it open. Goddamn. We might actually get out of this nightmare.
Good stuff. Oh, kind of, Talish. I feel like streaming Lost Odyssey is closer now than it's ever been. But still not happening at exactly this moment. I was awfully close when I was like at the height of my sickness. I was like, oh man, I gotta go back. It's the one thing that'll fix everything. Well, I just picked up a fair amount of yeah, I have plenty of, yeah. Oh, thank you, Harrison. Yes, you may leave your tithe. I will collect it later. It's one for the road. Are you like a horror game with other survivors? Yeah. Even they are sources of stress in this game, which is pretty awesome. Although, I don't know, I like the way Dead Rising did it too. Where they're so goddamn stupid that part of the game, like the challenge of the game, is keeping them alive despite themselves.
Level 3 security clearance required.
Oh, that's why.
Deck systems are running haywire. Great. Let me work on the elevators. Any idea where Temple's SOS beacon might be?
I'll check the mining control room. The launch tubes there can send out a beacon easy.
Anyone there?
Hammond? Where are you?
In the vents, hoping they don't hear me.
Yeah, those things are everywhere.
No, the unitologists. They're all here on the crew deck. They one of them staring at a friend in the head. He just stood there. He smiled. They're going to...
Hammond! Lost the signal again. We gotta find that beacon, Isaac. Fast.
Okay, all right. What chapter you on? Just started 7, I think. Yeah, chapter 7. That's a happy room. Workbench, a store, save. Got everything you need. Just needs like pastoral music playing. I guess this is as close as it gets. Whoa. My mouse sensitivity just went really weird. I don't like it's still in menu mode. Okay, there we go. That was odd. Yeah, where Isaac can dance without being judged. Finally! I can express myself and be free! I'm not carrying any healing. But I don't see, like... I really don't think that'll be an issue. It's because I burned through so many goddamn heals accidentally. The game cheated me out of at least 2 heals. Maybe it's time we start upgrading that? No. It's time to buy more damage for the line gun. I haven't even really used it yet.
This is weird. 2 of the mining subducts are locked down, even though all systems are running. I'm gonna figure this out.
Is that weird? I guess that's weird. Yeah. Dead Space is just a parable for social intolerance as usual. Instead of necromorphs, they're small-minded rednecks from my rural town that don't want me to dance. Shit. Body was in the way. Yeah, about not having any health. Not looking great. The red necromorph? Perfect. You been spooked yet? Not once. Not a single time. Yeah, I go so far as to say it's going to be a no damage run from here on out. No damage, no scare run. Got some health? Easy. Some more health? Ooh. Man. Squelchy. Hey, you think that gets Isaac's mouth watering? It probably doesn't smell like good meat getting cooked though. Because like rotting meat getting cooked doesn't smell good. There's definitely like a bad smell mixed in there. So that's probably what it's like. I guess you can do that too. I like meat, and I speak for all Isaacs, so I say yes. It makes our mouth water. Okay, all right. Well, I was mistaken. He was doing fine until then. At full health and everything. Oh. No mercy shot? I can't waste the ammo. There's no room in this dead space. Mercy. Shit. Another happy little room. I'm on mouse and keyboard. Blargerific. I'm hoping that if I keep my mouse sensitivity low enough that it won't look really jerky, even though I know I can be pretty snappy with my movements, I guess. Need to remember to keep that need that E3 camera swing for the pleasure, or for the convenience and pleasure of the viewing audience. Oh! Not scared. No death run. No damage run, I mean. Wait, people are discussing Scrapple? Yeah, maybe it's time for a generation to rediscover the like high calorie, low cost foodstuffs of previous generations. Ay. You can fry Scrapple? Huh. I've never had Scrapple. Yeah, beans and rice is about as cheap, healthy as it gets. Ooh. 6.5 tons of ore. A lot of ore in them there planets. Scrapple is a bunch of ground up leftover meat given to us by the American culinary overlords, the Pennsylvania Dutch.
Launch tubes sealed. Please contact Supervisor Dallas for authorization.
Finally getting somewhere with the mining duct systems. Got the SOS beacon?
No, and the launch tubes are sealed. I need a deck administrator's rig to get them open.
The deck admin is Supervisor Dallas. He's on the processing subdeck. I've got rig activity for a Jacob Temple 2 maintenance subdeck. Maybe he left the SOS beacon there. Just hope you can reach it through these malfunctions.
Not malfunctions. Traps. The miner's way of holding the line.
Shit. Okay. I'll unlock the subdecks. Just make sure that beacon's not wired to anything.
Stop. While stomping on everything is pretty fun, I remember there only being a pretty limited amount of times where the little winged dudes would come down and reanimate corpses. I feel like most of the times they do it right in front of you, and it's to bodies you had no chance to stomp on in the first place.
Level 3 security clearance required.
You don't trust anything whose natural state is loaf except cats? But what about bread? Also, I am a meatloaf fan. I am. I like me some meatloaf. Like the most basic... Oh. I feel like the most, like the heartland of America meal. It's a slice of meatloaf and mashed potatoes. There's no vegetables. It's ground beef. Most American thing. Maybe some like sauteed spinach or something. No flavor. Well, I mean, you put salt and stuff, but yeah. Microwaved broccoli? Yeah. Now that's real home cooking. I was always so confused whenever anything would reference like home cooking or a home cooked meal. You're like, why would anyone want that? Never get cheeseburgers at home. They don't have chicken nuggets at home. Dead Space, The Binding of Isaac. Huh. Those do kind of go together. Any other game titles that go well together? This doesn't count, but for some reason my first thought was Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within.
Hey, Liz, it's Jacob. I couldn't reach you. If you find this, I'm off deck, but I'll be right back. I got a call from another survivor. He sounded terrified. I'm gonna lock up the SOS beacon and go and get him. Best launch window's not for a while. Anyway, and he sounds like he's worth the risk. He's a doctor. Mercer, I think. About time.
I'm sorry, there's entire swaths of this country's cooking that is just bad. Or sad, you mean?
Love you.
You mean the United States?
Be careful down here.
I think there are swaths of North American culture that do not value food. And I think because of that, yeah, the food culture or the cooking and food culture in those areas is pretty minimal. I think that's a bit tragic. Where I grew up, the only food culture to speak of really was Mexican. I guess there was some Texas barbecue going on. But yeah, the home I grew up in, I've talked about it before, but was not super focused on food, which I think is a shame. I was super into it. I watched cooking shows and stuff. I tried to cook, but man, we did not have good utensils or tools or anything. Like dull knives, bad old ranges, stove that was never the right temperature. Like I had no training, so like to try to also make recipes in a kitchen that had like unreliable equipment, very, very challenging to get reliable results or to understand what I was doing, really. Did it not like Tex-Mex all that much? Yeah? Oh, how not? How could you not? It's so greasy and delicious. If you have any eye for nutrition, that's the problem. on a minute. Automod is accusing you of being a racist, Aldatari. I live in South Cali and I don't like Mexican food all that much. The Mexican food in SoCal is quite a bit different than the Mexican food that I would eat in Texas. Still quite good though. Baja California Mexican? That's more the like seafood and cabbage slaw and stuff like that. Oh shit. No! Growing up in Iowa, the food culture is corn and pork. It's incredibly dense, or calorie dense. Yeah. Pretty calorie dense where I grew up too, but it was just because it was the only way that people knew how to make things that tasted good, I think. I think it would be neat if if there was more of like an eat at home culture in the United States, but although I think I'm speaking about too much land and too many people to say something so generic. I guess I should be more specific. I wish I grew up in a culture that was a little more food oriented and nutrition oriented. A little more reverent of food. Hello, running this way. How are you? Sun's going down in SoCal. Chicago has a perfect spot for any type of food. I was hyper impressed with the Chicago food scene when I got to visit. Steph booked us a dinner at a couple of really good places. I got to go to Aviary in Chicago, which is a meal I still think about. I would like to go back even. I want to go back to Chicago just in general. What an amazing city that was. Didn't see nearly enough of it. Oh. I got to do the architecture tour on the river. Oh, so good. Really bad rep. Yeah, she thick. I guess my greatest sin against Chicago was not thinking of it like a world-class city like New York or San Francisco or Los Angeles or anything like that, because it absolutely is. I don't know why. Like, it has been so influential on American culture and history and in the arts and things like that.
3 security clearance required.
I guess I just associated it with like more suburban kind of, like just basically 80s John Hughes movies. Yeah, Chicago doesn't really get the same marketing. Yeah, Chicago, or it's just in the Midwest. Oh, the bad rep is definitely well earned. Source from there. Yeah, Big Leroy.
Entering zero gravity.
I don't know anything about living in Chicago in the modern day.
But someone tripped the failsafe. The control room door can't open till gravity is restored, but the system won't reset the gravity.
Are there Italian mobsters everywhere?
Processing beam still running. Stand by.
Midwest people are tough. Oh, is it the people? Ah, shucks. Now it's fine. Yeah, all the famous Chicago mobsters are Italian, right? Smigsy Bigsy. Old Tricky Timmy Two Eyes. You know? You know what I mean? Timmy Two Sack. My other association with Chicago. Tom and Two Nuts, exactly. Derek Double Dick. Lenny No Balls. They're just like family. I know my Chicago history. You guys can't convince me I don't know what I'm talking about. Are these the things? Maybe they are.
Anomaly destroyed.
Sure are. All right. How sick would that be? To be like a Fed in Chicago in like the 20s and 30s. You get to drive around and like shoot your pistol at the side of your car. Everyone's convinced you're like the good guy because all the movies and shit are about like federal agents trying to bust organized crime. Probably drink for free and you drink all day. Frustratingly idyllic. Yeah, be super racist. Whatever. You can't, like, the world is racist. There's no such thing as being racist. That's just being alive. Where are you, guy? Oh, there you are. Racism doesn't exist yet. The woke mob has invented the word. Yeah, being white and alive. Exactly. Up yours, woke moralists. Hold on. I think in addition to occasionally playing the Tim Allen grunt, I also need to play this. We'll see who cancels whom.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
I'm shocked he doesn't, like, really stress the fact that he's saying whom. He's not, though. He's saying who. He's a doctor. He ought to know better.
Processing control room is now accessible.
Oh, line gun. Whoa! Alright, okay. Alright, that's enough now. Ah, shit. It won't let me go through. Yeah. Hold on, I got an idea. Hold on, I got an idea. What if I do one and then the other?
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
I like it. I like it. Constructive value there.
The administrator's rig should be in the processing control room, but someone tripped the failsafe. The control room door can't open till gravity is restored, but the system won't reset the gravity while there's loose debris.
These processing beams still running. Stand by.
Anomaly destroyed.
Kind of how like part of me wondered how good I would be at running a cult. There's definitely a version of my life where I was unironically Jordan Peterson it as hard as I can. I could have been Jordan Peterson, Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. Still think I have it in me, actually. Oh, all right. End goal of Mars Lad's not a cult. Well, I mean, that just depends how much money people want. Wait, is my mic messing up? My mic did die? Oh no. The mic's just going staticky, huh? Sorry about that. I need to get, yeah, I need to try to get a new cable. It just gets loose.
Team restored. Processing control room is now accessible.
Lame! Lame! Oh. I lucked out. Shit. More. Yeah, it worked out. All of it worked out for the best. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised this game doesn't have a 180 turn. It does feel like the kind of game that would. I was thinking that when I was playing it on controller, being like, huh. It feels like it could have a snap turn. Darn it. Whatever. Keep fat fingering everything. Right.
Supervisor Dallas, final log. Now, I've made sure they can't leave this subdeck, but neither can I. I've seen what they do to the bodies, what they become, and I cannot let that happen to me. At least if I don't have any limbs, and I can't kill anyone when I'm infected.
Only got 3 of them.
Please tell Dawn and the kids that I love them. God! No! Oh! God! Oh! Oh! God, I can't! Oh! God! Come on. One more. Oh. Come on, man. Just one more.
So how did he do the last one? He just has really good balance. His teeth. I mean, he still had the one. He still has the one arm. Oh, Bruce went through this section last night. Yeah. Look at us gaming together. It's almost like we're holding hands. Oh, that soundtrack is so good. Ah. Bruce just laughed at him screaming over and over. I mean, it's pretty funny, I guess. The third time, it's pretty funny. Ah! It still hurts! Stop shooting off your own arms and legs, bro. That's all you gotta do. Pretty simple solution to your problem. Hey, Iceman. Welcome back. Got that fresh gamer scent right out the shower. Do love to see it. What is a gamer shower? It's a shower, but for gamers. Because gamers need everything for themselves. It's got to be customized for specifically gamers' needs. More extreme, yeah. Or racist somehow. Put conflict diamonds in the water filter, yeah. Only listen to video game soundtracks at full blast. Fellas, is it racist to be a gamer? Unfortunately, yes. That's what makes being a gamer so tragic. It's because of all the prejudice. And all the racism. It's just the way of things. Name a group that gamers like. Gamers. Wait, no, that's not true. What?
That was the marker. Did you?
No. I didn't see anything.
Specific e-celebrities and only for a very short amount of time.
Get the lesson speaking. I want off this fucking ship.
Gamers like big titty anime girls. Yes, that's true. But only for a while as well. Have any plans to play RE4 before the remake drops? I don't know. Maybe. Probably just wait for the remake. Oh, one of you. Get off him. Oh, it doesn't work. The heck? Ah. One of these guys. It is. Oh. Oh, dang it. He put his things away. Dick move. What the? What? What the? What the heck was that? I thought he was dead. Maybe not. Ah. Ah. We good? You're dead now? Okay. Huh. Yeah, it seems like with bigger streams, chat's just like meme spam, which can be fun. Like, it can be fun to be a part of that or even watch that, but it's not this. It's not really the same as talking. I guess it's still kind of a social space. Yeah, sometimes it can be fun yelling into the void. Older games done quick chats were kind of like that, just waves of memes rising and falling. Yeah, snack pack. I think I enjoy some memes. But I keep them pretty corralled. I like to keep space open for genuine discussion. Oh, I lost my explosive. Whoa.
Isaac.
Yes. She's back. Grill.
Oh my god. I can't believe you're here.
I thought I'd never see you.
Did you all see why AI Seinfeld got banned?
I'm gonna get us home.
It was like a transphobic piece in the thing, right?
They locked it in the workshop.
I didn't see the actual clip.
This way.
One of those, like, it was kind of bound to say something left to center at some point. I didn't know how hard it went. I'm kind of surprised they banned it or removed the channel. I figured that the script would probably go over the line at some point and then they would just like time it out or give it a suspension or something. More like right of center. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. See y'all in just a minute. All right. I got a snack. Well, I ate a little yogurt thing already. Now I'm eating an apple. Apple time. Apple. 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 Oh yeah. Here we go.
I can unlock the workshop from here.
Nicole,
know. We'll have time, I promise. Let's get you that beacon. Everyone's counting on us.
Yeah, a little gamer apple. Just happens to be a little bit racist. Tactical apple. Tact apple. I like my apples misogynist. Damn it.
It's done. The workshop's open. I've never seen you at work. You're a surgeon with that thing.
I got your back. Okay. How do I reach you?
No, focus on launching that SOS beacon. There's maintenance ducts everywhere. I'll catch up.
I had to tell Automod that Femoid was okay.
You hide, okay?
Cross my heart. I love you, Isaac. You can do this. You'll put things back the way they were. And make us whole again.
I have to admit, too, I think the Nicole stuff worked better when he didn't talk. Oh. Like, because you really do see Isaac get just, like, pummeled by everyone. Or everything on the ship. He gets beaten up, chopped up. His body language is all beleaguered, and he's always grunting and being sad. And then, like, Nicole shows up, and it's the one thing you know he cares about, and is, like, is special to him, and is his solace. So it makes sense why he would follow it. And then while he's looking at Nicole, you have no idea if he's buying into it or not. Is he just chasing it because it's like, it's the only familiar kind thing he sees? Sorry, I'm in comparison to the first game. Sorry, the original Dead Space 1, where he didn't talk. So again, I always liked the fact that his reaction to seeing Nicole again, and potentially her not being real, I always liked that you could imagine those conflicting thoughts in Isaac, and like almost that the world and the environment that he's living in is so ridiculous and antagonistic and painful that he might be okay with it not being real for a while, as long as it's something that's just not trying to murder him. Or the existing human relationships that are really contentious and fraught with suspicion. Just thought it was kind of weird that Nicole would be there talking to her silent boyfriend across a chasm. Yeah, that is kind of weird, isn't it?
Isaac, I lost your rig signal, like Hammond's.
I'm good. I got the SOS beacon. Nicole helped me out.
Nicole's there.
We got separated. She'll find her way back.
He's a trooper, huh?
I'm heading back to the mining control room. I'll launch the beacon. You watch out for Nicole.
Assuming the system doesn't fizzle out again. Stay sharp.
Yes, Ultimate Zane, you can post the link to the Lingerie Football League if you like. I will not stop you. I will undertake no moderation action against you for that act. You have to power up gravity being off? Ah, hey. So wait, you found the Game Awards kid on an Instagram reel? I don't know. That seemed to we all seem to move past that pretty quickly, right? Gives off questionably rich kid energy. Yeah, that's a really good way to describe that. Someone who might be harmless, but it just feels like something's off there. I think there was kind of seemed like there was kind of an attempt to figure out who he was and if there was any nefarious background. But it seemed like it was just kind of a dumb prank.
Clearance confirmed. Exiting zero gravity.
Look at this crab. Crab. Oh, he does a lot of rage bait. That kind of makes sense. Oh, like on podcasts? Okay. He'll just like go on podcasts and say whatever dumb shit. Love your old 80s and 90s commercial breaks. The one I haven't seen yet. Maybe I'm just crazy. But I feel like Cheerios used to have an apple cinnamon Cheerios with tiny pieces of apple on them, not Apple Jacks. You are correct. You are not making that up. Apple cinnamon Cheerios are real and strong, and they're my friend. I'm actually going to look it up because I remember the box art being really good. It was like a scribbly kind of crayon apple, I think. It was very 90s. Oh, they look different than I remember. I remember like a white box. Well, that's what they look like now. That's boring. Although, oh, there we go. Hey, well, okay, wait. Oh, it's a fridge magnet. Okay, but still. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, like a kid's marker. And look at that. Apple cinnamon. It's like signed. Apple and cinnamon signed the front of the box. But that, like, look at that box with a drop shadow. A gradient with a drop shadow. It's going crazy. I love mid-90s visual design because it's all just like the most basic fonts and text effects. Whole grain goodness. I do remember the lumpies were important. The lumpies added like a good mouth scrapey kind of feeling to it. It had to hurt a little bit. The apple cinnamon, yeah. That's why the magnet's selling for so much. Should buy and eat them on stream. I'm already eating apples. I'm 1/3 of the way there. That's not enough? I only play like 1/3 of every game I stream. Except for the story mode in Tekken 7. That was conquered completely and fully, without exception. Mouthful of cinnamon. Let's go. I have a whole thing of like cinnamon sticks. I got this like whole tub because that's the only size they came in. For like tea and stuff, to use it to like swizzle it around to be classy. Also made this like hot toddy drink and you would like stick cinnamon sticks in all of them.
Exiting zero gravity.
Yes, hello. Love black girls. Welcome. Ooh, I made some hot buttered rum this Christmas, but I did it by clarifying rum in brown butter. Oh my god. I've never clarified milk or anything like that. Or dairy. How difficult is that process? Because yeah, I've had like rum punch with clarified milk and stuff. Wah-oh. Oopsie doopsie. Ah. Jesus, hey. The only thing I clarify is my opinion on the age of consent, like any true gamer. Like just to get my persecuted groups down correct. I feel like anime fans are the ones who will constantly have to clarify their stance on age of consent. The gamers just want the world, they want a government-issued girlfriend. Although I suppose the animes might want that too. Hey, Signal. Yeah, you know what? I'm sounding good, but I'm also feeling good. Huh. Yeah, and libertarians. Nothing should be illegal. Let me marry a 4-year-old. Blah, 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 blah. Imagine being so freaked out about women having free will that you think the only way you're really going to bag a woman in this world is if you get them before they develop like rational thought. Can't just get a job and learn how to shave. No. Instead of meeting sky-high standards like supporting myself with work and talking to women like they're human. No. Instead, I'm going to change the entire system. Rearrange it all around delivering the things I want to me so that I don't have to change or learn to do anything. That's politics, baby. That honestly may have something to do with the origin of cat girls? I don't know. Ooh. Sometimes with Steph, I'll be like, dang, I am dating a cat girl. She likes getting scratched. I guess it's mostly just the scratching. Flamethrower upgrade. She likes to, like, lay on the couch, though. Everyone likes getting scratched. I guess this is different, though. EMI, maybe? No, it's just scratching. What's wrong with that? Well, head scratch? Just like a cat. Nothing weird yet. Head pats? I'll put food in front of her and she'll like look at it and paw at it a little bit. Maybe eat like a little part of it. And then like some days she'll eat the whole thing and be like, that was great. Other days it's like 2 bites and like, nah. All right, well, you can't force it. Either you want it or you don't.
Clearance confirmed.
Oh. Yeah, knocking things off my desk. Moving things. Steph doesn't move things, actually. Usually what'll happen is like, I'll move something and forget and be like, Steph, where'd you put playing? And she'll be like, I didn't touch your shit. Something like that. Ah! Do you need a decoy keyboard? Decoy keyboard. Decoy keyboard. No, she's very good about not falling asleep on my keyboard. She does stay up at night. She doesn't get nighttime zoomies though. Not that I know of. Oh, God. Like a crash test dummy. Yeah, cats are great. Cats and dogs, both wonderful pets. But Steph is definitely more feline. I'm pretty feline too, so it works out. My last cat's roommate figured out how to operate our door handles. You were never safe pooping? Hell yeah. It's time you could spend scratching a kitty head. Get behind them ears. Cat boy Lawrence? We'll see. I'm telling you, once I lose 20 pounds and I kick up my e-boy arc where I like install RAM on Instagram. Imagine me all beefed out wearing a tank top installing RAM, but also I'm wearing cat ears. I don't know if that's going to put me into a good bracket or a bad bracket. Worth trying, though.
Granted. Prepping launch tubes. Error. Launch tubes obstructed.
What was that?
The miners must have booby-trapped the launch tubes, too. They're scrap.
Well, that's great. We can't just toss the beacon out the window.
Yeah, there's gotta be something. The asteroid. The one in the mining bay for smelting.
What about it?
If I attach the SOS beacon to that asteroid and then launch it away from the ship, we'd get a clean broadcast.
And you'd get yourself killed. The machinery in there is still running, Isaac.
Then it probably kept those things out too. This is our best shot, Kendra. I'm taking it.
Yeah, Kendra. That's a lot of tethers, huh? Ugh. 0.5 Weezers worth of tethers. And what am I, made of Weezers? Yeah, here they come. What's the best Weezer album? Ugh. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the Blue Album. I have to admit though, it's been a while. I think it was like in the early 2010s when I kind of fell off listening to new Weezer albums when they came out. Oops. Yeah, I'd say Blue than Pinkerton as well. That's my rank. But that's all old shit, man. I feel like I need a more comprehensive understanding of the Weezgography. White Album is worth a listen? I mean, after I kind of went through like I guess they were always very basic pop rock, but yeah, it was usually always something worth listening to. Can you take batteries through a door? Oh, yes, you can. Hey! Darn it! I think I used health again. I think it was like a big health too. Ugh. God, that sucks. Sometimes I'll be holding right mouse, I'll hit F and it'll just use health, and it always uses the biggest one. Whatever. I'll blow them up. They have armor now. Whichever album had that Toto Africa cover. I think that was just a single. I don't know if that was on an album. It might be, but I just remember that single coming out, which it was a pretty decent cover. That was kind of when everybody was getting infatuated with that though. Like Final Countdown and Africa were really big that one summer, I guess. No, it was like winter. Like winter of 2018 or something like that, 2017. I was thinking about that. Thinking about Final Countdown. Oh, is it from Teal album? From all their covers? Okay. They're having a Danger Zone. You need to bring back Danger Zone. You know what we need to bring back? Totally Awesome. Boom, boom. Yeah, apparently there were full episodes of Unsolved Mysteries on YouTube. God bless. I'm pretty sure they're on Hulu, but I guess it's got ads either way. Gated reverb drums. Oh yeah. Need that echoey clap.
Zero gravity.
People figured out a plan.
The asteroid's held by a few gravity tethers. There's no emergency shutdown. I'll have to disable them the hard way. Plant the SOS beacon on the surface.
Okay.
Gravity tether disengaged.
We had to hit one? Alright. Boom, boom. Woo! Fancy boy. Oh! Missed. Oh, that's it. This room is 1,000 times easier with new 0G. Yeah, I can see why this would not. I kind of remember this room. Yoop. A little bit. I remember having to do a lot of zipping around. Where are you? Bow, bow. These guys are like meaner because they're all crunched up, right? They're all like scorched up and evil. So they have more health or something? Oh, inventory full. Keep doing the first two notes from the opening riff to Iron Man by Black Sabbath. No, it's the barrels from Unsolved Mysteries. It's got it all. That song's got it all. It's got all of it. Everything you need in music is contained within the theme song of Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight, Madison, Wisconsin. Teenage girl sees an apparition in her breakfast cereal. But is it just the random musings of a hormone-laden teenager? Or is the paranormal real? And in the American Midwest. Haunted Scrapple. Up the res from 900 to 936. Yeah, that was actually a while ago. I tried a couple of streams at 1080p, and there was some frame droppage occurring. Frame froppage. Yeah, 936p is a real nice sweet spot. Apparently 930. Oh! Thought I was going the other way for some reason. Apparently, I think that's exactly in like halfway between 720p and 1080 or something. Or it's like some division of a resolution that works a little better with encoders. Because it's like, you have to divide the resolution by bases of 8 because of the way that the encoder works, or I don't know, man. That was either some superstitious BS from a forum poster, but I didn't feel like checking the math out myself. It seems like a lot of work. Video encoding is cool. All my homies love video encoding. But I don't know much about it. I don't know like the actual hyper nuts and bolts of how it works. It's pretty cool though. I remember at some point in college, in my computer science degree track, I was taking like an electrical engineering course, and we basically got down to the integrated circuit level in terms of discussing how computers work, which is just like, it's only one step above the actual components that either let voltage through or don't, depending on the logic that you feed them. So it's just like, it's one layer above it being like a fully mechanical, physical machine. And it was pretty cool to understand it at that level. Ooh. Oh, those look really nice. Ooh. Oh, wow. Premium. Oh, those look so nice. They're so shiny. Oh. Steph sent my shoes off to get whitened. And as a gamer, you know I like it that way. Yes, flip-flops and such.
Interior gravity tethers offline. Exterior tethers at full power.
Okay, here we go. My class was the hardest I took when I was in school. Yeah? Yeah, I remember part of the course was like building a calculator with like memory and arithmetic functions using only integrated circuits. Which was a really cool assignment. It was actually really neat. Sketched it out on paper, like figured out all the design logic and where all the instructions would go and where all the memory goes. Oh, you're not dead. And then like actually build it on a sandwich board, power it, and then load it up. I don't know, it felt cool. Having used computers for so long to be able to like mentally understand and what? Understand and deconstruct at that level. Definitely felt like I was a grown-up for a little bit. But that was also like a goddamn 6 a.m. lab that I had to do. I'll just do the thing. Oh, my guy's gargling. I gotta go in. Oh! Oh! Oh. Yeah, we were basically making an ALU. Like a really, really, really low spec, low feature ALU. Did you like college? I really did. But it was like push and pull factors with me in college. I was getting away from a pretty bad family situation and a pretty like completely destructed social situation. Like my friend groups, there was a loss in like my friend groups, so it's just kind of like everybody just sort of like drifted apart. And then my family situation sort of fell apart at exactly the same time. So I was like all about just going somewhere and starting my own thing. And that's basically what that was. So it was awesome. It was awesome to get away from just like a lot of bad shit and bad people. Maybe not bad people, but bad for me at the time. And certainly not in a place themselves to do any of that stuff. So yeah, it was great. A lot of like, oh, there we go. Stasis though. Want the stasis? Nope. A lot of meager living. So it was still a trade up. Like eating almost nothing or just the cheapest food. But at least I had my own room and sweet video games.
Warning. Payload 8772 is no longer tethered. Untrained personnel must leave the mining bay.
I had a job at GameStop for part of college, and that was awesome because I could check games out. So that was one way I could save money. Instead of buying new games, I could just, after a week or two, they'd let me borrow them if we had a used copy in stock. The store manager was super chill about that. So that was a way for me to play games at home for free, basically. Yeah, Marzard. The store manager would let us like check out games from from the store inventory when we close, and then we could bring them back like a day later. But the caveats always were, if that became the last copy and a customer was asking for it, your ass had to get it, like go and get it no matter what. No matter what you were doing, you had to bring it in to sell. But it was also like, as long as the store numbers were doing well, he would let us do that. What's up, Steph? Oh no, oh shit. I see blueberries on the floor. Do you need a hand? Here, I'm gonna go sweep up some berries. Hey, Caged Money, thank you very much for the sub. 94 months. A very long time to sub. I appreciate that. I'll be right back. Hey everybody, thank you for your patience. And I'm back. It's good to be back. Ready to game. I made a chicken and rice bowl with broccoli and had to use this like sweet chili lime on top. Give a little kick. It was delicious. Oh, Verbose Toast has won a trading card. Redeemed a trading card. Let's draw it. That's back from cigarettes. Yes, ready to shower you with the affection that you so crave. The Toad, excuse me, I'm a fun guy, says Toad via his vanity, or his license plate frame. Bit of an odd move to put his name on the plate. That means you'll always know where he's at. Toad can't be going to the adult video store without it becoming the talk of the town. Mocked Arch, thank you for the sub. You think this is worth playing so far? Yes, the Dead Space remake is really good. If you enjoyed playing the first game, it's basically it's a slam dunk. You'll like it. All right, let's look at the back here. Let's get those stats, those vitals. Yep, Toad, of course. Kart class is light. Yes, Toad. Home course is Toad's Turnpike. Distance 1,036 meters. Driver's history. Toad has played in traffic since an early age, but his speed and quickness have helped him avoid injury. And a home course hint here. When you use the Superstar, you can drive through the traffic on this course. While you're invincible, you can safely get several mini turbo boosts in a corner. Very cool. He canonically played in traffic as a small child, yes. Little bit of Mario Kart lore there. I always did like Toad's Turnpike just because it had all the cars on it. I thought it was pretty cool. Well, it like implied that there was a greater Mario universe where people had to load freight onto trucks and drive it around the Mushroom Kingdom, I guess. All right, let me take this down. Yet again in the ledger. Into the ledger. The stream ledger. Yeah, people have to commute in the Mushroom Kingdom. I don't know why, but I guess then and now I was really interested in video game recreations of real life. There's something about like video game real life, like Grand Theft Auto or Shenmue, Yakuza to a degree. I always think about Duke Nukem 3D. I love it. Did you get the blueberries under control? Yes. They were collected and thoroughly rinsed in the sink because they're fresh. Fresh berries. Got them today. So I think, I think Steph couldn't handle the innate tragedy. 8041. Pretty cool name. Thank you for the sub. AT41. Can't stop myself from examining gaming worlds from a materialist and Marxist perspective now. What? Just thinking about like their labor structures? Oh. Some games have that stuff thought out. God, this is so cool. Oh, oh, oh. We'll go this way. There's less fire over here. Oh, where the food comes from? What do they eat in the Mushroom Kingdom? Other mushrooms? Seems like it. I'm imagining like a plate of various small, differently colored mushrooms. Used to watch Funhouse a lot, yeah? Great to see my favorite member playing a great game. Wait, Bruce is here? Where's that spike? No! Toads aren't mushrooms though, they're just hats? You mean they're just caps? No mushroom? Wasn't that the joke that like Keegan-Michael Key told at the, what was it? That was somewhere, right? Was that the Game Awards? Did I imagine that? Did I make that up? No. Damn it. Fuck. Okay, yeah. That was the joke, right? I remember like half hearing it and thinking, wait a minute. I think I was screaming at the screen when he did it. Yeah, to a dead audience, exactly. Okay. Good. Good. Very good. It's good that miracles still happen. This is not New Game Plus. I'm just playing through it the first time. Although I played the, I played the original release pretty thoroughly. Got all the Xbox Achievos. Every last one. I'm using the pulse rifle a lot. Yeah, I know. Whoa. Yeah, I know. Whoa is correct. Yes, whoa. Yeah. 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 I even got all the achievements in Dead Space 2. That's the real gamer shit right there. Holy moly, Dead Space 2. I appreciated so thoroughly that there was a game willing to throw the glove, right? Be like, this is hard as fuck. We're daring you to do it. And I was like, okay. This game rules, so I will do it gladly. Oh, doing the plasma cutter only run? It's like, it's pretty straightforward, really. There's only like a couple of times when only using the cutter becomes any kind of like hindrance. Where the hell is that? I thought the battery's like just across the way. Oh, I bet I have to pull it all the way through the fire, huh? That would make sense, right? Did I pass? I don't know if I passed a battery on the way here, though. All right. Battery back here. Yes. Here. Wait. There's zero chance any meaningful work would get done if people had these kind of tools to play with. Jules2117, thank you very much for the sub. Got a little gif of some dancing monkeys down there. Doing a little wiggle. Well worth the sub, wouldn't you say? A meme for your trouble. Launch the asteroid. You got it. Pretty sure I've been in here. Gotta check anyway. Think I might have level 3 now. Nope, everything looks good. Oh man, yeah. Playing Dead Space 2 on the hardest difficulty broke me for a couple of months after getting about 6 hours in and dying. The realization occurred when the opening credits started playing. It just crushed you. Yeah, that, You just can't breathe for a minute. That terrible chill runs all the way down your arms and back. Progress vaporized.
It's working.
It's not something many modern games are willing to do. Have a mode where that's at stake.
I'll align the receiver. This will take a minute.
Why I liked Ultra Nightmare so much. Ichabod's Cream. You're the second person to ask about Dark and Darker today. I'm intrigued by the concept.
Hazardous anomaly detected.
Bruce mentioned he would be, I think, okay to play again, so if I would want to play that game with anybody, it'd be Bruce. Sweet Bruce. Uh-oh. This is a hunter.
The quarantine shit with that hunter there, the system can't lift the lockdown.
Override the manual door release!
I'll try.
Okay.
Damn it, the exploded right half the circuit. Almost there. Hold it off. I got it. Manual release.
Okay.
Manual release is ready.
Yeah.
Damn it. Try the door now.
Quarantine lifted.
Ooh, I'm running low on stuff. They're giving me a lot of money, but very little ammo. I have so much stasis, though. Look at this. I need to sell some of that. Oh, on 360 there was a cheat that if you could get to the second disc it counted as a save. I didn't know that. Yeah, I mostly would just like after playing through it on hard, and I think while playing through it on hard I kind of had it in mind. I sort of decided where my save points would be, like kind of equidistant through the campaign, and generally after like an instant kill scenario. Now that I think about it, you'd want to save before that. Like, you want to save before the time you're about to die a lot. It's because that's where your save starts. I guess it's nice to have a save that's like after the hard part, but logistically that doesn't make sense. You stand to gain the most time by saving right before the time you're going to die the most. Oh, people making separate save files on USB. Oh, man. The workarounds, though. See, that's what I like. I'm kind of down with that. The, like... The angles that people go to, and the, like... The fact that a game kind of pushes you to being that crafty. Oh, the guide you used did that? Oh, man. Anything for the Chivos. I did it straight up. There was like one Saturday where I didn't have anything going on, and I was like, okay, I'm going in. Let's see how this works. And like one Saturday, I got like I had a good save point like 2/3 of the way through the game. And then like the next weekend, I just kind of sat down and devoted to it. Yeah, there were a couple of like environmental kills that got me. A couple of combat deaths that stung real bad. Okay, I'm gonna... Force gun, rat... Well... Do like that force gun. I spent all my cash. Oh, dear. It's true, I am the gamer. It's not fair to compare, other people's humble gaming to my rigid application of a whole philosophical system to the conquering of video games. Big Loaf, thank you for the sub. Yes, mere mortals. Oh, it's you again. shit. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, there's another one. That's why. Oh, fuck. Ah! Ah! Shit. Surprised they let me get away with being that loose.
I think it's gone, but I can't be sure. The system's bugged out again. I'm getting those camera glitches. The ones that look like my brother, waving at me. At least the beacon's away. I'm aligning the... Wait. Array receiver not responding. Oh shit.
The comms array. We never fixed it. Guess there wasn't a broken encoder.
Then let's hope that 48 hours estimate was wrong too. No comms, no rescue. Take the tram to the bridge. I'll hack open the door to communications. You see what's happening with the array. And don't worry about Nicole. Like Hammond said, she'll do the smart thing.
Yeah, the eye machine. Pretty good to have a save around there. I'm pretty sure that I dropped my last save before the eye machine. So I had to play eye machine through the end of the game. Which, like, there were some hallways that were pretty bad, I remember. But if you, like, kept your head down and just healed, you could just kind of run through it. Yeah, near the end of like, Dead Space 2 campaign, I would just buy, like, 4 or 5 medium health packs at every... Ugh! God damn it, I hate this thing. This is RE2 save style? Oh, no, sorry. So, there's a challenge in Dead Space 2 to beat the entire game on the hardest difficulty, but you only get 3 saves. So that's kind of the discussion about choosing where to save and being strategic about it. It was a really, really cool challenge. Super fond of it. Especially in a time when, like, games... Not only were games being very simple, but they often had very, very... Like, the game itself offered almost no challenge. And there wasn't even a way to make it challenging. It just wasn't the concern of most games at the time to have, like, interesting mechanics and an interesting challenge. Pillars of Eternity 1 had an achievement to play on Expert Mode, lots of QOL things turned off, Trial of Iron, Death Wipe Save, and hardest difficulty without recruiting a single party member. It took months for anybody to achieve it. The achievement icon is a close-up of J.E. Sawyer's face doing a smug smile. Jesus. Alone, though? I can't even... You just have to, like... How can you even do that? Is there just, like, a perfect build that can barely squeak through the game? Hey, underpaid jam. Happy Monday to you? Not quite wait, it is Monday. Never mind. Happy Monday. It was a pretty good Monday. I did some books, did some bookkeeping, paid some invoices, settled some accounting stuff, got my business all arranged. I'm gonna have to get everything in line for taxes real soon. Tuesday.
Lifting station lockdown.
It's been completed with every possible class that's in the game. There has to be some intersection of, like, knowing the critical path where you... Maybe it's like each class has a critical path that they can get through the game. Like doing things in a particular way. I don't know. That's interesting. Oh, did Dead Space 3 have a single life mode? Yeah, I didn't get into 3 in the way that I got into 1 and 2. I didn't really feel compelled. I don't think I ever finished 3, actually. I certainly didn't feel compelled to get all the achievements or do all the challenges. Last of Us have permadeath? Well, that's pretty sick. That's off to The Last of Us.
Bridge.
Yeah, can you even do that? Could you even do that permadeath mode in multiplayer? Kind of interesting. Yeah, I guess. Oh, I guess Last of Us is doing pretty good for a franchise. Ooh. Just a random little scare. Just sprinkled in there just to keep you on your toes.
The bridge.
Just a humble spookum.
We did it. Isaac, a ship just shocked in. The USM Valor. They must have heard our SOS.
That fast? What's a military ship doing way out here?
Out on patrol? Whatever, right now I take a rescue from a fucking magpie. Head for communications. Once we fix the comms array, we can get all the answers we need.
Yeah, we're saved. If there's one thing that you can always look forward to, it's the feds showing up. It's only going to get better from here. That's what I'm excited about. It's we've definitely hit our lowest point, and now they're gonna rescue us, and then it's gonna be steak dinners and high resolution video games. Damn it, this game's so pretty. There's a series of like mega spooky hallways and rooms. It's just like, so good. The hallways and rooms are in fact mega spooky. It is like borderline excess, all the blinky lights and colors and stuff, but why not? It's not like Dead Space was restrained. I think it still fits. Yeah. Awooga! Huh. Took that like a champ, weirdly. Still good? Ah, jeez. Hell in a day's work. Yeah, very much Ridley Scott Alien. I mean, to me, I see a lot of James Cameron in the strobing lights, the rotating, the lights behind fans, behind horizontal grates.
Another one. I'm getting weird feedback spikes on local comms.
If whatever's wrong with the comms array is spreading?
No, that's not it.
So, the door to communications should be open. You can head down to the comms control station. And Isaac, watch what you say.
Yeah, lighting his camera in atmosphere, Scott. Yeah. You do play like a blue-collar worker. You play an engineer. And you're always rooting around in the guts of machines trying to get them to work. I guess it's not full-on space trucker, like Alien. Like, you're not full-on, like... You're a little more white-collar. You've had vocational training. I love how the I'm in danger music hangs around. Yeah, there's never a comforting sound in the score. And the way that, yeah, you'll have these random flyaway instruments just kind of playing trills that come in and go. It's so good. Space Plumber? Yeah, it's kind of like Space Trucker.
Clearance confirmed.
What was the crew and agenda of the ship originally that you come in on? I'm trying to remember the text crawl at the beginning. There was a text crawl, right? Isaac is more the AAA worker fixing the space trucks than the space truck. I guess the Ishimura is... Oh, I guess it's more like an oil platform. That's what the Ishimura is. Planet Cracker. You're here to check up on the communications blackout. Ah, okay. As employees of... What is the USG? Oh, CEC? United States... Oh, we're government. Oh, okay. That's spooky. Oh, here we go. All right, Teton's got another update, another dispatch from the front. Cleaning up the end of Shin Megami Tensei 1. Takeaway is this game made me appreciate the slow evolution of the demon negotiation system. Every random battle, you have the option of talking to whoever you're fighting. Megami Tensei 1, this was purely for recruiting demons. And 2, made it a bit more obfuscated in the dialogue choices on how to successfully recruit. And Shin, they also made it so that you can convince enemies to just give you resources. Okay. So it's the like... You're seeing kind of the origins of that. I guess the Undertale-esque aspect of combat could just be dialogue. And there are more outcomes than just like recruitment or ending the combat. Ah, one of these assholes. Talking to demons and convincing them to give money is way faster than grinding for it. Yeah, I also remember there was... I can't remember which one of those games was, but it was like... There were a ton of encounters, and it was pretty clear that it wasn't worth the experience, or... Like, it was just the battle was taking too long. But then I realized you could just get out of combat faster using dialogue. I was like, okay, that's kind of nice. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Jet. The Concordance Extraction Corporation, also referred to as CEC, is a public trading company at the forefront of the deep space mining industry. They're the largest solar mining and extraction company in the Earth colonies and the 5th largest company in terms of market capital. Okay, so it is a private company. You're all just employees on the clock. Trying to not get murdered out here. All right, dillweed. Got him. There's another one? Yeah, I kind of remember this. Has the remake been? It's quite good. Also, Dead Space, just a hell of a game. So, having a good time. Really well made. No. It's always got to be creepy in the break room, isn't it? Private company with their own security and heavy government ties. Hence they constantly get away with illegal mining ops. Oh, okay. Wonder what the slums of Earth cities look like in the Dead Space universe? Oh, that's the secret room? That's secret? That's just kind of there. Or is there something secret in it? You see some of Earth in at the beginning of Dead Space 3, right? Oh, there's an Easter egg in here, but it requires a specific input? Oh. What if I type in but? No. Butts. No. Ass butts. No. Well, I'm out of ideas. You can unlock secrets with exact melee and stomp combinations. Oh. So no ass butts then? No. You get a space shanty. Oh, I actually saw... Hold on. I saw an article about that. Let's see here. Stand in the prayer circle, stomp the floor, and use your melee attacks in a very specific rhythm. Huh. Holy crap. Okay, hold on. It was like melee, stomp, and then like 4 melees or 2. Wait, hold on. Okay, I wrote it down. Let's see if I can do it. Okay. I'm gonna stand in the circle. All right. Oh! Oh!
There once was a ship from the CECD, Ishimura USG. She cracked on boom with gravity. Go me bully boys go. Huh. Soon may the Carrion come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go. 3 score years she served her tour. 30 planets cracked and poor. The captain called no fly and swore he'd take that mucker in tow. Soon come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go. La da 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 da. Before the ship could set on home, tragedy struck and the colonies are gone. The old red marker done them wrong and brought the miners low. Huh! Soon may the Carrion come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go. The crews aboard a mystery spoke of immutology. The captain swore he'd keep his creed and drag his crew down so. Ha! Soon may the Carrion come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Fantastic. Yeah, Buckfutter, I am feeling much better. Still random symptoms here and there. Occasional bout of like head gunk. I've had some wads of goo come out of my face.
Clearance confirmed.
That are impressive and viscous. But feeling great. Feeling basically back to normal. But not acting like it yet though. Gonna wait. I have some stuff to do out in the world, but it's gotta wait till I test negative. Or do you need to test negative for like a window of time before you start spitting directly in people's mouths? Oh, I'll Google it. Don't worry. Any loss of taste or smell? No, nothing like that. Didn't get a fever. It just felt like a head cold. Just some sniffles. Had like head pressure for a while there. But really, like, I just took some decongestants, took an antihistamine, and I was loopy. I was weird, but I streamed pretty much through the whole thing. My voice sounded pretty like scratchy there for a bit, but you know, that's also this kind of the same thing that happens when you just get a cold.
Offline. A repair technician.
Yeah. I'm gonna fuck you up, buddy.
The Valor's in a hole. How's the comms array?
Fried. Someone hotwired the dishes together and blew up the system.
So we're screwed.
No, it was sloppy work. Some of the dishes are intact. If I replace them and create a new circuit with no gaps, we could broadcast a signal. Short range only, but it should work.
Okay, do it. I'll, keep an eye on things here.
I saw a crab. I don't know if that's an Easter egg though. A little plushy crab. It was really cute.
Sent message retrieved from array buffer.
Progress report, Captain Benjamin Mathias to Paragon Jordan, Una. This will be my last transmission. Afterwards, I'll make sure our pilgrimage can be...
How many coins to redeem an hour of hot dog lore instead of the cam?
We have successfully...
Debating. I think having the camera does probably result in slightly higher viewership. But,
Forgive me for quarantining Aegis 7. Director Eckhart's work may have been inconvenienced, but the suffering...
There's definitely a use for hot dog me.
Planet Crack begins tomorrow on schedule.
I guess the use would be more stream uptime. It's way easy to... It's astoundingly easy to stream. If I don't even have to really be visible on camera. Oh, Walter, y'all beat Tiny Tina's Wonderlands? Sure is one of the games of all time. 'Tis in fact a game that was completed. How about that Tiny Tina, huh? Did she make a lot of crazy voices? A lot of mouth sounds? Did she go, baby? She does that a lot. Or she used to. I don't know if everyone decided that was cancelable or something. She's getting paid. Hey, you know what? Fuck yeah. I hope that maybe I sounded a little jaded. Maybe that sounded a little jaded there. Yeah, Dead Wolf, I agree. I was pretty amazed at how rough the story beats were in Borderlands 3.
Entering zero gravity.
Hurt a lot. Ow! Oh, okay. Where'd that come from? Ah! Yeah, it seemed like the most Borderlands. I don't know if this was their intention or not, but it did seem. I don't think how to put this. I've never had a problem with a game being diverse, you know? Never. Until Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 is the only game I think I've played that actually for real felt like forced diversity. It felt kind of awkward and cringy and like way overdone. Like it expected to. You can almost feel like that people thought that it would be like celebrated. Like it was proud of what it was doing, and it was just like, ew, bro. No. I remember doing the review at Inside Gaming for Borderlands 3. And there was a segment in the review where I was kind of talking about the story. I remember kind of saying that at the same time, being like, I've never had a problem with I've never thought forced diversity was a thing until I played Borderlands 3. But then I watched the edit back and I thought about it and I was like, fuck, there's no way that sounds good. Not in a video where it like can live independent of context it's in. An example of caricature versus representation. Yeah. Yes. Very much so. So let's see, I guess. Okay. All of the functioning pieces, all elbow pieces. The sequel to Tales from the Borderland has the same issue. Oh, that came out, didn't it? Is it just like super mega bad? Because it like was branded Telltale Games, right? It's bad, yeah. I'm a little confused here. I feel like I would expect a puzzle like this to have straight pieces too. Also, can you just like do this? No? Okay, it always orients. It orients itself in a particular way. Okay. Do I only need, maybe I only need one path to get to the top. Maybe the straight pieces are the power nodes. These guys? They just look like they're broken. Let me try. Yeah. Yeah, they won't even go in. Okay. This puzzle is simply unsolvable. Well, I frankly don't. I have no. I'm out of ideas. What the? Oh, there we go. Okay. Probably don't want to do that though. Oh yeah, there's gonna be a movie. Oh boy. Oh, there is a straight piece. You know, how about that? Oh wait, you can rotate them. No, you can't. Okay. I'm locked in intellectual combat with this devious puzzle. So let me just, I need to take inventory of all the actual pieces that I have. Okay. Oh, that's right. It doesn't go through. I think it's just these 5? Let me see here. Are you a piece? You are. Okay, and there's nothing. Oh. Look at this. Look at this embarrassment of riches I have in front of me. Okay, well, this one's pretty much got to go there. Oh, hey. JC, thank you for the resub. How's life? And also Light Behemoth. Thank you very much for gifting a sub. Very kind of you. Give me the good news, JC. How's life? Still waiting on work to come back? Oh, okay. Well. That's not so bad, I guess. That's good. Geez. Let's see. Do you have to get all... You can't get a 3 in there. Surely it's only like 1, right? Okay. I think I see a path here. That wouldn't work. Worth a shot, though. Oh, that's cool. They show the little laser path on the backside, too. Then I need this one. Now. Yes. Yeah. I am a multi-genius. There is no dimension in which I am not a 5 billion IQ genius.
Ready to transmit.
Tony Stark, Tony Stark, Tony Stark. Stephen Hawking over here.
Try opening the channel to the Valor.
Hey. Okay. Oh, stop him. You know what they say about a man who sniffs his own farts? He's a genius. I say it's life's simple pleasures to enjoy your own musk. You can choose to enjoy it or not enjoy it. All right? This life is filled with two people. People that enjoy the simple things and people that get hung up. Get stuck on ceremony. I'd rather be a fart smeller than a smart fella. Got him. Yeah, you think artists make their own painting and don't look at it? You think chefs don't eat their own food?
This is USM Valor, widecasting on all frequencies to USG Ishimura in response to your SOS.
See you, Jet Cougar.
Picked up your escape pod number 47 and are en route to your position. This message will repeat every 30 seconds until you respond.
Yeah, cool helmet, dickhead. Pretty much. Who's this asshole?
The escape pod.
Oh, fuck. The pod Hammond jettisoned. It had Chip. That creature was inside.
Womp womp.
No. USM Valor, come in.
Whatever, they're all hard military boys. They'll take care of it right away.
Can we deploy?
Lickety split.
No, something's blocking the blast doors over the comms array. The hell?
There'll be a manual release over at maintenance. I'll go. Keep trying to reach them.
Yeah, they got guns. You can't do anything to people when they got guns. Oop. Guns are a guarantee that the solution will come out for the best. Everything's great when there's guns around. Oh! I don't want to kill this guy. That was cathartic. Isaac with the folding chair. Just throwing everything in the hallway at his ass. You know what? Everyone wants Peng. Maybe that's what's inside the upgrade nodes. It's just like a little container of Peng. You take it out and you rub it on whatever you want to upgrade and it just gets better. It just gets better. Peng is ambrosia. Damn it, I have to take this fucking thing again? Are you pro-Peng or anti-Peng? What kind of idiot motherfucker would be anti-Peng? I mean, I guess it's good that you asked, so that if they reveal themselves, I can ban them from chat immediately. Is Peng the new scub? Someone's looking for trouble with questions like that. We got some troublemakers in chat here. Some real troublemakers. Some of the element has worked its way into chat. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, hot takes. People out here trying to like make waves. We got some wave makers. Yeesh. Oh man. Did all that throwing before I could upgrade the kinesis throw damage. I guess it's just 10%. I wonder if anyone in our lifetimes will destroy a planet. That's got to be within the, well, I don't know, maybe if global warming just completely wipes out like technological advancement. But surely at some point in the future somebody will be able to take down a planet, right? Whether it's Dragon Ball style or... Oh, this motherfucker! Damn! No! I hate this guy. They like do the whippity whip sound from Aliens. It's fleshy Voltron. God, I have so much force gun ammo and it doesn't kill anything. Can the force gun actually kill stuff if it gets upgraded enough? I should probably just throw it in storage. Oh, apparently the flamethrower is real good now? Huh. Surprising. I mean, it is pretty cool to blast all the skin off of an enemy. I don't want to discount how cool that is. Are any of those Silent Hill games coming this year? I don't know. I don't think so. Did any of them have dates? It seemed like they were just kind of generically announcing a bunch. Maybe to help those studios hire up for those projects. I sworn one was spring 2023. Maybe. I guess I kind of consigned that they would all be very far away. Just what I told myself. Hey. I don't know, but I do know about Christoph. The one thing you need to know about Christoph is that he is a gamer. I mean, the first Silent Hill movie was pretty good. Although, I guess most people... I don't know, most critics didn't seem to like it. It didn't, I guess, in retrospect, doesn't have a very good Metacritic score. Huh. Interesting question, Light Behemoth. What would be an ideal chat member of your community? Don't be a dick is a good vibe, but leaves plenty of room for ambiguity. I mean, I guess I'm okay with that. I don't have a whole lot of restrictions beyond that, or requirements. Even requests. A whole lot of come as you are, I suppose. Let's see here. Thinking in the short term, though, I do tend to get pretty salty about backseating. Yeah, the Sonic mega fan, that's for sure. I know we'll have a lot in common. I think, the video game respecter, I guess. Somebody who's willing to... Or somebody who isn't bothered by me playing games in a dumb or inefficient way. Because it's how, I don't know. I like it. Good takes in only 90s movies references? Maybe. I mean, the goodness of a take is so subjective. Forklift certified a must, that's for sure. I don't know that I necessarily am dialed into 90s references. That's just when I happen to be alive. And there's no good media in the aughts, so, you know. Actually, I tried to prove that to myself, and I looked up, like, the Oscar winners by year, and I was like, actually, fuck, yeah, these are all really good movies. For almost every year, too, I was like, shit, okay, these were good. I think it's more that all the good shit did not congeal into any kind of, like, pop culture or zeitgeist, or contribute to any greater cultural feeling or meaning.
Still can't reach the Valor.
Oh.
It's blocked by...
That's a big pimple.
Leviathan. It must have snagged on the comms array after we spaced it. It's not coming off without a fight.
Isaac, there's no time.
There is if I use the ADS cannons. Manual targeting like before. I can shoot it right off the hull. I got this. You focus on the Valor.
Will do.
Yeah, Children of Men. I remember that actually. I was like, I think it was like 2005. I was like, let's go right in the middle of the odds. Best movie. And I saw Children of Men and I was like, shit. Well, that's classic. Kind of wrecks my theory. A lot of really good Coen movies came out in the aughts. Casino Royale came out in the aughts. Things like Sunshine.
Manual targeting enabled.
Is this what I gotta do? Is this what we're doing? Oh, there we go. Jeez, just had to keep... I expected to see like some kind of effect confirming that it was getting hurt. This is a new part, right? I don't remember this. Or really the Leviathan coming back.
ADS cannon destroyed.
That's cool. Whew. Oh, that chirp is supposed to be the confirmation that you're hitting important things.
Warning. ADS cannon destroyed.
Ah, Jesus. Is there another cannon? We got that cannon. We got it. Woo!
Warning. ADS cannon destroyed.
Yeah, I liked Bullet Train quite a bit. Yeah, I guess in terms of like wacky overblown action, the odds had Shoot 'em Up, which was really good. Hardcore Henry. What was that a 2010s thing? Crank. Transporter.
Is it dead?
Dead and gone. I'll try the antennas.
Yeah, Smoking Aces was pretty good. Lucky Number 11 was pretty good. Oh, Wanted, the movie where they curved bullets. That was good. Yeah. Lots of the best aughts had Clive Owen. I think Clive Owen is great. Every time I see Clive Owen now, I'm like, all right. I saw Amsterdam, which, you know, there's things about it that I thought maybe tried a little too hard to be whimsical. It's tough when something goes for whimsical and falls a little bit short. Kind of where Amsterdam was, but it was Clive Owen, a delight. Wait a minute, I'm getting him confused with Adrian Brody. Clive Owen's still amazing, but also was just confusing him just now with Adrian Brody. It was amazing in Children of Men, though. And I still have the same reaction. I never saw Salt. I was told it wasn't very good, which is unfortunate. Angelina Jolie is an amazing action lead. Oh yeah, Minority Report. Damn. Was Brody in Amsterdam? Yes. He's basically the lead in Amsterdam. It's an ensemble thing, but are we just naming movies? I think so. Well, my premise was that I originally wanted to prove that the aughts were a cultural void. But then I looked up like good aughts movies and there were a ton of really, really good ones, so that's it. Are you thinking of Christian Bale? I am.
Finally, USN Valor, this is Kendra Daniels.
But Adrian, wait, hold on. I saw some kind of shit where Adrian Brody played a, like, hold on. This is very, very bright. Go to that. See how they run. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Repeat, do not open that escape pod. Do you read?
Which was pretty good. But also, Adrian Brody wasn't the lead in that. Oh, how could the guns... How could the guns not work? Hey. Well, we got ourselves into another fine mess.
Daniels, what happened? Something shook the whole crew deck. What hit us? An asteroid?
Those things got onto the Valor, a rescue ship. They found your escape pod. And the one that used to be Chen, it...
God damn it!
The Valor's scrapped. By the time another ship hears the SOS beacon, we'll all be dead.
No, that's what I was telling you. I found an executive shuttle on the crew deck, intact.
And the log says that shuttle's missing its singularity core. It can't get us home.
Wait, maybe it can. If the Valor singularity core is okay, I could salvage it, install it on that shuttle. We're fucking out of here.
Where's the Valor now?
It's near comms.
Keep us stable. Isaac, I'll grab a suit and EVA onto the Valor. Meet me there. We'll find that core together. Let CEC clean up their own mess. I'm saving what I can.
Okay. Infallible plan. Can't be fouled. Except for the fact that I am going to conclude my stream for today. Ah, man, Dead Space is real good. Might be able to finish this. Well, let's see here. I really want to get back to Yakuza, so I might just stream that tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's another day, another beautiful day of streaming. Sorry to end right before my favorite enemy. Oh, favorite enemy though. I'll have to see it next time. Yeah, can't do your sweet plan if I stop playing. But good day of streams today. Finished up Tekken 7. Wanted to, well, finished up. Just played through the story mode. Conquered it. I am the world's Tekken champion. The king of the Iron Fist tournament. This guy. But I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's an Inside Games day, so I'm going to spend part of the day working on scripts and stuff. Hopefully getting some errands done. And I still have this box with the Steel Battalion controller in it that I got to bust out soon. Oh, wait, you're off to Hogwarts. Is that game out? Did it come out today? Well, anyway, yeah, enjoy your time. And I'll catch all of you next time. Thank you very much for watching.